Hello everyone. Sorry I took a second. I'm still not feeling all that well. Chest pain. Plus, I'm cold. It's hot, but I'm cold. So if I sound like I'm suffering, it's because I let's just go back to let's just continue. All right, we just finished that part of the trial, didn't we? Huh? Hi, Emma. Oh boy, Bangladesh. February 23rd, 11:56 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Yeah, and they get worse. Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So, what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Only weapon, a tiny insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Don't speak Spanish to me. They say you show a red cloth to a bull and fire up its temper. Yeah, they get pissed off by that. That's what they told me when I was a youngin' at least. Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come take a look-see and how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. Dad had to sleep out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. No, don't that just beat all? Huh? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon, Edge was seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? It means that she had to leave it at some place at some point, but that could mean a variety of things. You know? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. Yeah, and the position of her arm gives the sensation that she's already hurt herself. Which is far more interesting to me. Not only that, but the blood is only on a single area. Like, everything about this photo is weird. Like, her arm already looks hurt. The blood is only on the jacket and not in any other part of her body. And the jacket is not even, like, completely on her. So it's not a situation of, like, she had the jacket on to let the blood splatter there and then took it off. Like, she still has it half off, which makes no sense. So, Miss Star wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. Phoenix, we always have a bad feeling about everything that happens. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you with some fine ribs. Woohee! No. Thank you, but no. February 23rd, 12:32 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 9. Hi, Edward Stumpy. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. It's something wrong, Mr. Edward. Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. Yeah, and it's not even like you're trying to ask me out. You just look like that. The furrow, bro, those grindy teeth, those watery eyes. Yeah, you're not having a good time, Edward, huh? What's more, your eyes are on focus. You're double over, your back is bent. It can be. This can happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edward. Well then, I believe it is time to continue we continue on with this trial. Oh boy, poor Edward. Do you know reasons I have requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation? This is unacceptable! It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me? Knock knock? Who's there? Oh. Was with this guy. Hi, Gant. Hi, person who's gonna make our life miserable for the rest of this case. A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Celsius or Fahrenheit? Because I would worry if it was Celsius. Fahrenheit, not so much. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Oh, sorry I'm late, Haji. The rows were packed. It's just me. Long time to see, Haji. How you been? So much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy's Missy, Haji. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Haji seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're right, to the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all the trouble, huh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly! Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Ah, yes. If there's something more evil than a police, he's a chief of them. Chief of police? He's a top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Oh. Name scan. Demon Gant. Ignore the fact that my name sounds like demon. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worth to hear. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuff in the exhaust pipe. Oh, little worth this car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing even for us. What's this? Is what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edward, how could I miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are these lies, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edward? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had... You're heading the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up these messes that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edward at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edward. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor. Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push the switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yes, you could. You can use your other hand. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Yes, you could! Just put a bandage on it. God, you're all useless. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Game, I can't select the thing by myself. I know that I fucked up on the evidence section, but come on. Ah, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark stain. Blood? SL9 too. Yeah, that looks like blood, alright. Small tag attached. This does not excuse the action of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem, not even a little one, really. By Gant. Damon Gant. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess! The time of crime, 5:15. A scary coincidence, huh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder in the police department? A detective? That's such information, Auntie. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15? That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. 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 Anyway, we are at the party where all I fluster, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright? Two detectives killed at the same time in two different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Okay, but I don't wanna. Unless there's evidence. Well, here's the deal. SL92 SL9 is upside down. Wait a second. At last, I noticed the goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? I noticed to goodness, what do you mean, Fradachi? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9 too. And this is important. Wait. Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7 is 12 too? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up, but turn it around and what do you get? 221 SL9. Whoever wrote this paper was whoever wrote the note was holding the paper upside down. SL9, the same that does the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Yes, indeed. It's almost like they're related. Order! Order! Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto? I... win? What game is this guy playing? It's nice fast evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Uh-huh. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little Watty. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edward's car. I have to think there isn't a connection there. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And at the same time too, almost like this was planned. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Oji? I'm at a loss for wits. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect, just arrested in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto? I suppose I could help, if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ah, good one, this kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. I know where when the victim was killed, and I'm gonna assume that he was stabbed, otherwise the knives wouldn't matter, so... Yeah, no, I think it's where the victim was found that is important. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room of the police department. The evidence room? And also, what do you mean you can't tell me? It's just a part of the police department. Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? And it was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gan to testify about the details. Yeah, about that. Chief? The defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, I would it, Right. What's your connection? Yes, I would it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be coincidence. You two make a good pair. Thank you. Our marriage is in March. It took my men 2 days to find out what you did right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that the tricky pie hasn't been announced yet, I know. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? Okay. If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's gender, division? No, it's the ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lead on ID number, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. And we've seen that number before. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember this. It drives me nuts. 82... I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does he tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department... Yeah, this tells me something. Something very important. We know who it is. It's Goodman. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning... This has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? What does it mean? Well, Monsieur, what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Well, it tells me that it's Goodman. Witness! What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
I know, because Edward is there. Hi, Edward. I'm gonna do something cool. Please look at me.
No, it's just... I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with butt guns blazing, like you always do.
Yay! He still likes me. I like it too, Edward. Our wedding is in spring.
The police department, the prosecutor's office, 2 places, 2 detectives, murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? I have the badge and everything. This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, right? The personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 582... even I can't say it correctly. 5842189. And this means what exactly? Wait! That ID number we have from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again! The number that Chief of Police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Sharp as attack, right? Sharp as attack. But wait, Detective Woodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. Such your feelings, you know it to be true. So what you're saying is the same person was killed at the same time and in a completely different location. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Order, order, order. Chief, what does this mean? No, what I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? He has a point. I'm hydrating. I'm accidentally hitting the desk with my water bottle. Sorry about that. He has a point. Like, this is the kind of thing that you kind of want to know about. Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Nah, just wait a second, Worthy. I need to get out faster. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Didn't you hear me? The oversight is a grave error. Mr. Edward, they're yours. What? How did... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, that guy, yeah. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edward anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Mickey, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murder in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edward, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. A little bit. In any case, this is a serious error. A gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't send me this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was displayed by Wright over there. Good job, Wright, my boy! Huh? I was just doing my job? No! No! Edward is so dramatic in this case. I forgot how much he loses himself. Oh, goddammit, I hit my mic, sorry. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. Yeah, you don't say. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's churches the past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence in my part. But Mr. Edward, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edward. I don't think there's ever been an error in this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edward? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. That was bad. For Edward, mostly.
Yay! We didn't get screwed.
Time for investigation part. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Right and call officers. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Well, let's see. What is going on? Detective Bruce Goodman was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room at the same time. What with this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least.
Alright, let's do it.
Latch's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this.
Not be so sure, Mr. Right.
Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us!
Ah, we move pretty fast.
February 23rd.
Prosecutor's office. Underground parking lot. Again.
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
I care. Like, kind of important, woman. Just saying. Yeah, it was only your victim who was killing their evidence, no biggie.
Besides, my sister would never do such a thing, I know it.
Yeah, but if we want to prove her innocence, we kinda have to do something about this shit. Just saying. That oil drum, was it empty?
The old drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene. Never!
Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister.
That's not it at all. It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there's blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that green for?
This situation has for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid.
Luminol?
Bloody sticky stuff, you know? You can't just wash it away with a little water.
Yeah, you need like a lot more work if you wanna actually clean blood out of any surface.
Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes when you're on, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor, I can't even drink yet.
We're testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses.
You had an extra pair of those things?
To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this. See? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find out some blood stains.
Hey, there is some. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a blood stain? Emma, you're shaking.
It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount?
I mean, the location is fine, that's where the body was, but there's very little blood.
The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all that blood on the side of the victim's shoe.
It is pretty strange. If they fought here, they have to have a bit more blood than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright? I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? See? Yeah, I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too.
I step up my allowance about that.
Criminal testing fluid.
You can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
And let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. I can't read.
Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Hi.
I wonder how that fluid of yours will react to a nice deli box. Mister! You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two.
Ooh.
These day-old deli boxes at the house.
Sorry, it's just that kind of lead in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Oh, come on, that looked delicious. I don't care if he's 1 day old.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Mister, but
No, it's okay. It was my fault.
oh, we know.
I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable.
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I went to see of extra was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman.
I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what?
So, you were a detective, weren't you, Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago.
That's like a decade in internet years.
No matter how hard on the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up.
Coughed it up?
They confessed. They babble like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouth of suspect after suspect. And before long they call me the Cougher Queen.
And here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning for your lunches. And you were let go? Fired?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if this prim and proper prosecutor hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean. Ma'am?
What do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know?
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over yet. Isn't over not yet.
Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Wait. Do I have to show you the note as well? Yeah, the note. Oh, he was due to transfer when Goodman was killed. Yeah. I mean, it's basically the same as before, but why aren't you letting me ask her about it? Do I have to present something else? Like... No, wait, maybe it's the crime photo that I need to present.
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room.
Yeah, you could have, though the angle would be different.
But even I get flustered sometimes.
So you went straight to the scene of the crime?
I rushed to other chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. They're all in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, mister. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time? Okay, there it is.
That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. For nothing to them. Disposable.
Disposable? Duh.
2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made of evidence.
What?
You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jack Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jack Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated our case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9.
There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait! Those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Oh, come on, she's living her best life.
Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie.
What?
It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this.
A Salisbury steak lunch.
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood.
Miss Star? Officer Marshall is here. Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. You got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall. Well, thanks for the lunches too. Oh wait. I prosecute the detention center. Wait, shouldn't I be able to enter the security then?
Look, a door.
This will mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. Can I...
So that's where Miss Star was saw the incident from.
You can probably see quite up from over there. That probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him.
What's a security guard anyway? Well, this is just something I heard, but apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Star.
That woman is a force to be reckoned with. Actually, maybe it's one of those... I need to move outside and then I need to move inside again. Kind of deals.
February 23rd, Police Department entrance.
It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. 2 of them, technically.
So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is.
She's like a kid at an amusement park.
Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
Car station. Oh, I see.
February 23rd. Evidence room entrance. Car station.
What's with the decor in this place? It's very, eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is a car station for the evidence room.
So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime.
It sure seems that way. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a car station, where is the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already.
Yeah, what with the western decor?
This is a security guard uniform hanging here.
It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A punchy? A pinchy? I know, a punchy! Wait, maybe that wasn't it.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being.
Yeah, if these sure are prickly. It must be the real deal.
I would think just one big one would be sufficient.
These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually.
How so?
Encased in a core rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her.
Also full of water. I'm not sure I see the resemblance.
It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity.
It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording.
I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there.
This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon.
But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way.
Of course not if you went through in here. The cactus will fall over. Ouch!
I'd say it'd be more of a yeah myself.
Look on the floor, a lasso.
Looks like it's set up to trap something.
A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed.
You sure have an active imagination. Oh wait, I need to check the door.
The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open.
You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to get in there first.
February 23rd, Police Department, entrance.
This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please!
Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Cover Show!
Now's not time for chit-chat. Pal, I'm a mercy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
Oh, I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for the swear. We caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean you heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
Yeah.
On the same day that a detective was killed in the prison. Yeah, and another detective was killed in the police department. Yeah. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect?
Well, there are
A suspect is arrested, in fact. He's having fun. This is the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later!
He ran off to the evidence room.
Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Detention center, here we go. Wait. Where do I have to go for the detention center? Law offices, detention center, there it is. February 23rd, detention center, visitors room. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who started Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. That's not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. I hate that sound.
What was that?
Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator. I say I was a perpetrator against, sir. That's what I say. Hi, greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edward anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir.
Officer Meekins, you're a guard here at the detention center.
No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report.
No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You...
Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you?
Perpetrator Officer Mickey's reporting, sir.
What?
No, this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrol with General Affairs, sir.
Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The gas station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room.
That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other Officer Marshall.
Marshall?
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person, yeah. My car just like veered really loudly through the street, and I don't know, like my car shit right when I was making that sound. It was... Damn. These are noise cancelling headphones. That I shouldn't have been able to hear that. What the fuck? What the heck is this guy doing?
So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office.
First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with a sad puppy dog eye, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. I guess, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. You know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor did I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew you were... Huh? And when I opened my eyes,
I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked out, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Is there anything that I can present to him? I guess the ID is the thing that makes the most sense. I don't think he is gonna know about the SL9. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, says. That's it. That's what? My head was blank until this very moment, but still now I remember scene. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That car was the cause of it all. His ID card? Exactly, sir, exactly. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. Yeah. No, that's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? As I think, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you was as flustered as you are right now. So I whipped and leaped at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you, my own father's words said. But what happened then? Well, my eyes see everything went white when I awoke. I was here. Right. So, Officer Mickens, why was it that they arrested you for? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Mickens didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who we met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something that looked just like... Huh? But you still ended up here. They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime is sort to stamp out is there. It's me, it's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I don't wear my watch, I don't deserve it. No, thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Boy. Criminal Affairs Department, I think. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all? You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure he's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers. Lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir! We'll score the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Ah, right, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edward going to be okay? Ah, what? Yeah, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they had no end of trouble with that boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gold Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sitting in the defendant, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Raito? On karma. A legend he was in defending his 40-year career. But in court you could fix it, you could fix it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they just about anything to restore the reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's wrong that old, I tell you. The detective getting killed and they're tough too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbing two locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, right, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. Excuse me, I'm hydrating. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand him. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives strapped shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Ah, you saw that. Whoops! I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to examine him. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. And nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here. Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something. Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that is important. Look, I'm just saying. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The day on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. I don't even submit it to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Oh yeah, can I get permission to enter? Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor, like a tiny little favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Raito asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Raito. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Raito, please, I look like a selfish man. Uh-huh. Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow 50? I'd give them 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you, you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Oh, hey, this is a detective ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks! Hehe, looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Yeah, she's gonna want to be a police. That's terrible.
The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. Huh? It won't open.
Aha! The car really is turned off, see?
What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, what's made of my Bambina sky so gray? That boy is you again. Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? And you may have surmised this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That car you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeah?
Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the car reader's on again. Well, here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, Kyle, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy then. Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Which, like, I'm an adult man and she's a child, so it doesn't count. But how do you feel if I give you, like, some lunch? That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
Nah, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Mister.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
A fillet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask them want you anything smart. Finally, it seems like.
He's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed Sippy.
No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Sippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like the stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know?
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transferals. Edward was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower in my steaks. The easiest one to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentions. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be. You're the security guards and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Does the card reader by the door? The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Huh. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, I mean, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on the record just now. I've seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that the record is tied to the stabbing. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. We keep talking fast.
Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about?
We keep only evidence from soul cases in this room. They're kept under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transfer is like a funeral for all cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Actually, what? Oh, Emma has it.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on these 5042189.
Officer Marshall, shows that ID card record again.
Yeah, he's right there.
Look, the phone number is a perfect match.
Interestingly enough, there's a number that appears twice. Ah, 420. Silly. It was used at 5:14 right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cars in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
But wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
He had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Yay!
I got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. But first, the evidence room.
February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3.
It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
And a nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
What?
So sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking us on the head, pal. So it is true what I had. Right, please I look like a selfish man. Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow 50? I'll give them 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. That guy is kinda weird. So Chief of Police can't. Will loan me and anyone $50? Even me?
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this.
Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the B.
Okay. Before we begin... will you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I had the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time. Whoa!
What is it?
That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edward!
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edward.
What?
Why would Edward have come to the evidence room? Well, two people are the equation. One number that happens twice, which I think is the most important part, but...
So Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation, again.
I'm adamant though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
I'll always believe in Mr. Edward no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edward is with the inquiry committee, right? The committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edward just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edward.
Maybe you can get him to tell us more about the case.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Wow, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, Paul. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint.
Oh, do you have to make it loud?
So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handle, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it...
Stop! You get a shock!
Is what if that's what happened, my hand will be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Interesting.
Something's sticking out of here. It's like a shed. I guess it must be evidence for some case.
Wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The card checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had to him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Looks like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk about behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Look, this one's open and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. It must have taken the contents elsewhere.
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. There's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9?
It does have a tag on it. A rubber glove, extremely thin rubber glove. Whoa, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, Paul, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, Paul. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence.
I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke.
You want to try to put it back together?
Ah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place.
Yay!
That's... Wait.
Alright, you can rotate them.
Wait.
That one.
That's at the top, so it can't be that. Not that one. Oh, there it is. It looks smaller from that position. No. Definitely not this one. Not that one like that. Wait, this one? Like, it looks much larger from there than the piece when it's shelled there. I guess that's what's confusing me. No? Oh, that one. Right. Oh, that one. Oh, wait. Yeah? Like that. And there's a still part of it that is just broken. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Are some pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how you got broken.
The piece is missing, and it's covered in blood also.
What's the Saw and Pain doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
That is true. I'm sure he's right.
True art is a war against oppression.
True art. I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room?
What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to whip it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
We should use our testing fluid to check it out. I need to open the core record for that. Spray. Well, obviously there's that.
That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. Not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I love spraying. Oh, weird. I thought that... I guess I had to spray it more. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? Please, you have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue I'm jotting down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Hey. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this body if he fled out the door. It's just maybe something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid. Where you get your hands on that? Huh? I like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I was bought by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. I'm not gonna lie, I like the sound it makes. I think that's everything. Theory contest examined. Did I have to give everything to you? Like, I don't remember. Maybe the note? Deputy Goodman's note and the switchblade knife. I bet Edward was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edward's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edward was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left in that case. You don't say? No, that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? Not serial killing. Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edward built this case around that and nabbed him. And this was 2 years ago. That put Mr. Edward right in the spotlight and started a rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleaned up with a transfer all the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Deputy Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Deputy Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident scene. So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edwards' inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day! Oh, Justice for All reference. You know, I don't remember. Was this in the original case? Or did they edit it? Because this is from the iOS version and by that point, the games were already done. Or, well, I guess the first iOS version was
out during the 3DS era, I think. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edwards we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Dumbshell? I'm a fall later. I should probably see what Edward has to say too. Yeah, he probably has a lot more information. Underground parking lot. Nice lunch, lady. Okay, Edward. Getting comfortable on my seat. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I guess my apologies. Oh, it's you, the bellboy. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edward, I beg you to leave so long. Is Edward here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. And looking depressed, right? He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edward, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is open near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. Ah. The real info is on the other side, Edward. Poor Mr. Edward. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Yeah, you don't say. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. I mean, it was. I would argue that it was. You were an idiot, but it was. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You are lucky this time. Again. Again? I've had them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... Well, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Do you want to talk about the case? I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicions you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figure I'll be telling you about this sooner or later. You know, girlfriend, we wouldn't be in this situation if you talked to me more often. Just saying. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. To be fair, Edward, not only did we save your ass, which we did, twice, we allowed you to get some therapy on the fact that you could have it prove that your dad was not killed by you. So, I feel like you owe us. Just saying. Okay, Edward, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. I can't read. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edward?
What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not, I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. Then what? Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID car usage. Edward, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edward?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
Well.
Now that's... you know... important.
The chief of police.
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Miles, you look at me with those eyes and I know that you're lying in some way.
No, I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it.
A16. Unrelated evidence screwdriver.
Stubborn as always, so I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
Edward, you say that and I know that you're lying.
Well, maybe you're not lying, but you're at least not... No, you don't know that I'm actually, that I actually have, like, a thread that I'm following. I'm like the Pepe Silva guy. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminal testing fluid. Well then, you might have a use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints!
It's been chemically treated for radiation.
For me? Are you sure? We have the enemy, you know?
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Edward, I'm really...
No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks!
How about giving this to Detective Gumshoe as well? Nope. Detective Gumshoe is not his boyfriend, Phoenix, you are.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Well, we have a couple of suspicious handprints, actually. No, wait. Move. Police department's entrance. Gas station. Evidence room.
February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3.
The investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. 2 of them.
Here, in this blood, the detective in the detective's evidence locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Okay, but I wanna do the other one too.
There's another fingerprint that we found that I wanna... Okay.
Maybe that's for later. Right, let's get started. First, just a finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating, choose a finger.
Well, arguably the thumb.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkly in her eyes.
First, sprinkle the aluminum powder. How do you do that? Wait, see? Oh, I just have to click. That looks like it did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? Oh, okay. I was wondering how they were gonna do this, because in the DS version, which is part of the reason why this case wasn't original in the GBA, in the DS version, you use the DS microphone to blow the powder. Which is funny, because when I played the game first, it was emulated. And emulators, believe it or not, will allow you to use a microphone for things that require a microphone where I actually yes. I didn't have a microphone, and I didn't know how to do it. So I had to research what the fuck was wrong, and then I had to buy a microphone to actually be able to do it. My first microphone was because I wanted to finish this fucking game. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Whoa, that looks fun. It might take some time getting used to, though. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basis of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Oh wait, is that why they changed the credits? Because yeah, I'm gonna cover the entire screen. Because in the set of credits that I remember, unless it's for a different game, in the other set of credits, you actually had to blow out the fingerprinting powder to get the credit names, like the names in the credits. You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here! Hey, calm down, that's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Oh, it seems like there are fingerprints inside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints inside of the blood. Well, there is this little thing here. And there's the other hand that I wanna check in the other locker, if the game would allow me to do that. Yay, a print so clear is dazzling! Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess he's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edward, and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who was it? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find in this evidence locker? No. Oh yeah, that's Gumshoe. Good old Dick Gumshoe. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came out with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Finally. I guess I have to... Yeah, there it is. And then... wait, do I... I have to okay, I have to examine fast. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Yeah, check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you something. I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints on the one slip of the bloody hand. I mean, there's a calorie there. It's something that I can't see. I mean, again, there's a calorie there. Like, that would arguably leave us like a fingerprint. Oh, I guess... Oh, there it is, the fourth finger. I guess since there was some blood, they didn't clean as well there. I guess that makes sense. Oh, it needs a little one more. Kind of a large one. Wait, really? Really on the lower, okay. This feels more delicate than the, that it originally was on the S. Oh, there it goes. No. No. Yeah, that looks like it. That... yeah, that kinda looks like him. Well. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Shake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jacob Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I mean, I guess, but it doesn't say much, just saying. I don't believe it. Girl, get used to this shit. It always happens. Thank God she's just gonna become obsessed with snacks later. February 24, 9:41 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. You know what? I need to stretch. Let's do an intermission right now. I'll come back in a sec. I really need to stretch.
My body is weak and I'm dying. So come right back and then we'll continue. So see you in a sec.
I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I hydrated. I usually get coffee, but I've been feeling so bad heart-wise that I don't think I can drink coffee for a bit. I think I'm suffering from some caffeine deficiency. I'm so used to drinking coffee and now I have no coffee because of the heart pain. It sucks. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I missed 2 all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? Isn't Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless? I fear as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky? We found trace evidence from a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's a trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Well, thanks for being nice about it, at least. 3024, 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom Number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department for the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the truck of Mr. Edwards' car. Well, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence related to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edward apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edward, you may call your first witness at the start of the day to the stand. For his first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Yeah. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Well, gotta start fast. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Mickens, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Or honest reaction to that? So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is... Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose action adults can possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edwards, sir, help me, sir. Officer Mickens. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. I wish I could. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me outside the head, sir. Very well. The fans may begin its cross-examination. When I need here some more info to work with. As usual, really. Mr. Mickens, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring your recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of getting the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the chief of the detective, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what do you see when you go there? Uh-huh. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is, I found it! You have to make that sound. This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir, it's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596. It's shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's not a real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time one. Yes, sir, that was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay, so who's 777777? I was only doing what I was trained to do. Yeah, whatever. I have to keep pressing you. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. When you aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I stood my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's why I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Uh-huh. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his hair down for an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my hands like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. Uh-huh. About what time do you regain consciousness? No offenses, but who am I supposed to know that I was unconscious? Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recover, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the blue badges, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Mickens. With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Khan delivered it to me just this morning, sir. See, that's the first thing that makes me suspicious of Gant. Like, I already know. I played these games before. Well, the first 4. And the first investigations. But it's hilarious that nobody questions, like, oh yeah, Gant, the chief of police, who is in charge of this investigation, just sends you the fucking tape to the criminal who committed the crime. Like that's not an issue. It's just saying. The chief? Deliberate? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right. I see the videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. I'm the only thing that I'm really good. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Same. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Shows the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Ah, cutscene! Oh. Hi. Oh, hey! Ah, the globe! Uh-huh. Oh, hi, Mickens. Da, 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 da. Hey. His coat is already bloody. Well then. Are we done? We are done. His honest reaction to this? His honest reaction to this? His honest reaction to this? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? What the hell was a broken piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminals affairs department, sir. It's the blue badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going as smoothly? Phoenix, when has any of our trials gone smoothly? Like, come on, hon. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Mickens? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. Mystery Man. His face can be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Miss Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination would lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do, after all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hands that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the call record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Well, there kinda is. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edward. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out, because he can't see it himself. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will not play the security tape. I will now play the security tape. I can't read. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out the problem in the video. Well, this is the first time I ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward or rewind or pause the video. Just take a good look at the, just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates that the man may not have been Detective Goodman? Yes. Let's see. I need to fast forward a little bit. Wait. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. I need to go back. There, 32, like right there. The light. Like it's already open. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this, Officer Mickens. So, you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Oh god, it's a music again. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yeah, because the light is already on, like someone already opened it and it's just, you know, not technically closed. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. I'm gonna have nightmares about this song. Moonwalking Goodman. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker was unlocked on the day of the crime. But the locker's locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show it just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor! Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker was unlocked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Yeah. That one I know perfectly. Na 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 da na 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 na. Boop. The glove. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Yeah, like 10 seconds afterwards. Why is there no music? Game, why is there no music? I'm sorry, I'm just confused because we had this stupid little song the entire time and now you cut the music. What? What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. That's what she said. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my thing. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted. Yeah, that's what she said. Game? Seriously, why is there no music? Is that normal? Like, I don't remember enough of this case to remember if there should be music here, and I feel like there should be. I feel like I should be blasted with the stupid... You know? The white thing wasn't inside the locker, that's what she said. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Okay, the music's back, so it was on purpose. I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it also would have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Well... where is it? There you are. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. His honest reaction to that? The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is it not so, Officer Mickens? Sir, it won't be so, sir. He's going to die. He's not, but so. Order! 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 Where's the nice lunch lady? I want lunch. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edward? Defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Mickens, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony again. Good. There's one thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. The evidence was used as an ID card. When an ID card is used as a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his car. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Yeah. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Spiky. There were only a few cases of transferal there, and most were clear up by noon. Right, I see. Now let's move on to the cross-examination. Well, I already know you fucked up somewhere, sweetie. Oh god, my nose is itchy. Yeah, about that. Wait one moment, Officer Mickens. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Mickens encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. God, people. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 PM on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Mickens encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Ah boy. Well, well, it seems you finally realized. So what you're arguing is that then the murder in the parking lot has to be the correct one. So my client is guilty. That's the argument you're going to go with. Exactly what you're going to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Edward. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used a murder weapon. I fucked myself up. Yes, Phoenix, Phoenix, sweetie, we fucked up. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was solo trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Mickens encounter, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Just object. Again, I'm gonna re-quote the thing that I said in like the second case, or I think it was the third, when Edward objects and then he's like, I thought that I would come up with an idea while I objected and I didn't. That's literally what they tell you in law school. Object and take that time to actually think of something objectionable. Like, object first, think later. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecutor's trap. Why did I say trap? Well, Edward would be the kind of person to have a tramp stamp, so I would work into that, I suppose. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder, although that person is clearly bleeding, or at least has, you know, bloody clothes. Can the video move a little faster, please? However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edward? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident in the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify? What is his or her name? Oh, that's good old Jake Marshall. Jakey boy. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edward know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30 minutes recess while the witness is supponed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess.
Yay! February 24, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You call for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why didn't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
I'm not interrupting anything, pals!
Come show you're ruining the moment.
Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And on top of it all, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you read what I asked?
Oh! Oh! You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? The Joe Dark Killings. What a name. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in here, in there. I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark Killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana! That's over with, no!
Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered, I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake, Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gunn, Moss Edward.
Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence.
Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file. I better be fast because we don't have much time. And I would like to finish the game today. I thought that it was gonna be... I don't remember this case being this long. I thought it was shorter. At least it's shorter than case 4. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was just wrong. But I would like to finish this today, so... Because tomorrow is my birthday and I want to do my birthday stream for my birthday.
February 24, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Hi Ed, it was Stumpy. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Hi. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed, yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman! As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling out. To be exact, Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howlin' Wind? I never heard Edward described that way before. Just give me time. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best if we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. I mean, he's not even that bad. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. Hey, I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras on the AD card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks in the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks. What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their witnesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. I wish he wasn't. Yeah, about that. I would say you weren't. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? His honest reaction to that. After all, you were in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingers were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. And bloody. You know. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Okay. Okay. How do you know the murderer was... How did you know that he was wearing gloves? The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Phoenix, he knows that he was wearing gloves. Now's my chance to prove it. I need to press you here. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. Oh, that's in there now, though. It's a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it. Okay. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, though thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshaw's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place her hand on top of the officer marshal's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Well, about that... What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless, it's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might end up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Shows the incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Yeah, I need to speed up because it's at 15. Because you see, it's not there. It's not there. Da 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 da. It's still not there. Da 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 da. And now it is. Bringing our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Oh boy, we're gonna do it in slow-mo. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. That stupid song is gonna like haunt me for the rest of my life. And it's not there. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! It would... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? So what if we smoke weed? So what if we get high? So what we get sober? So what we smoke nothing? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The matter, I needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It is not my fault, he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Because you're a fucking idiot. This guy isn't just plain dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Yeah, I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Where's the locker thing? Yeah, the evidence locker. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. Kind of important. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Yeah. He got fucked. Order, order, order. Wintons, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. That's Spaniard. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans here. That are here, the floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Well, obviously, he was right here. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly put a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have had evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. That's the second time you say that. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim? Well, am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness... God damn it. I was trying to read, game. Me 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 me. Oh wait, I passed by it. I passed by it. There it is. For some reason you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you put a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated you. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edward. 2 years ago. Yeah, you gonna go back to that? You're only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright, it seems the time has come. Okay. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But then... where did all the blood in the... There was blood on the floor. Well, I guess it's from the stabbing that happened with, you know, the accident. But that's a lot of blood. The supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay, I need to press on everything for you. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with a transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what do you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Today was my last chance. That's why I... Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera and the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. Well, so that really was why Goodman started fighting out that lost item report. Sorry, I need to hydrate. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall? So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you would have been able to open the locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove had just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. Yeah. Dear Meekins. He's gonna be a problem. You pull a knife on Officer Meekins and try to drive him off. I just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. When did Edward get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. Wait, me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? You mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, the footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your code in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is that on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edward, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. What? Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are a valid solution. Yeah, that doesn't help. Kinda horrifying. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I think I know why. Like, it's in the case files. Sarah, sentence dead. Victims. There it is. Neil Marshall. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard that name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. And he was the handsomer of the two. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, then the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. It was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened in the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Mickens confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day, unless... The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Yeah, it was good. I can't read. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was a real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident in the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder of the police department at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got to draw a new partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky, and the testimony of one Miss Eldiasar is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Right, that's not a word. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving that alleged murder at the police department. God, boyfriend, you're the worst. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder in the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Your Honor, wait!
Emma, you came back.
The defense has an objection, a scientific objection, right?
What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense?
Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edward, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the joke Dark Killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshaw's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have.
Yeah, admittedly it is the only clue we have.
If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy! Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. Okay, time for the truth. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yeah, I wanna finish this case today. I have like an hour. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with a handprint on Detective Gumshaw's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Yeah. Yeah, there is. His handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans?
The blue bloodjet.
What about a piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, Well, what? Ah! That's right, so long as the blue badger is unseen here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. Ugh. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. That afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my court. I will not be bamboozled. It may so far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being caught by Jake Marshall, who was posted as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be present. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Well, that's actually easy. Is the ID car record? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it, and in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the blue badger into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah! Miles Edward! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had a nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edward entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There is one single unaccount person. There's only one other card number remaining, 7777777. Who happened to kill at 4:20? Blaze it. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his car being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edward, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID car. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous, just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her. Defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid, she's been charged with murder! Of course we'll look up her ID number. And it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edward. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During the trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana... Even if it involved forging evidence. Well then... See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Calm the fuck down. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. Oh, god damn it. That passed too fast. We have to wait until the following day. Okay, I guess it was just like, oh, there was such a uproar, we have to finish the following day. Okay. God damn it, that passed way too fast for me to read. It didn't even click. Well, last day. Let's speedrun it, because I want to finish today. February 24, 3:12 PM, Wright and Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings with me. Nana went to Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Take Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a ball of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edward used it.
Edward?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edward, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it.
Edward really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
You would not have been able to face up with what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I said that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana will never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick.
But there's still something that bothers me about that crime.
There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, that's no mystery there. Joe Dar had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
Okay, but there's a 30-minute separation between the police and the prosecutor's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator?
But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
I used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Time to go to the detention center again. February 24, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Hi. Lana? Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing fool. Why should I? Why should we? But Lana, you're wrong. An innocent person may be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana? Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. And that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. What won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so faced before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Oh, hi, Gant. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Him and Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled. Emma really idolizes her big sister. And now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to his resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark, rather. Why did I say Drake? Well, he should be investigated, but that's beside the point. Second in command, that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. Even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Martian were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation went in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filling some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this triad was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to streams because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Demon Gan and I shared. The office that Mr. Gan occupies by himself, in the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Back to the... wait. I think I need to go to... yeah, police department entrance. Boy. February 24, police department, entrance. Oh, hi you. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know when life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when I all Billy right up this morning. Billy? Maybe must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall. Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Well, the facts have been concealed with forged evidence. The case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. No, honey, he got the looks. You didn't get the looks. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the same day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was racing that morning and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to seal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
What are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, I must have done something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. And a secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edward isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Bye.
Criminal Affairs Department. Row 24, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today is deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edward, not to mention her statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is a word usually used for those. Sir, would like to have a look around Chief Gant's office? Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
You're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Will you look at that? A giant organ. Classy.
324, Police Department, Chief's Office.
That explains the, you know. Whoa, where am I?
In the Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
I thought I was a genius until they tried to cut them it.
I never could remember where C was.
Hmm?
Oh, hi.
Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading on his desk. Alright, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger in it though. Canting picture routed to the core record. You know exactly what it is. Anyway, I like to reminiscences all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Well, looks like we aren't welcome.
Yeah, we really weren't welcome.
It seems that the case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean?
Chief Khan denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
Give me like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
February 24, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Hey pal, Detective Gum Show, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gum Show's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edward? Edward? No? Why you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edward has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edward be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? But regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. I mean... Not only that... But as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edward. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edward not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edward just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edward. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl?
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Yeah, let's show him the murder weapon first. Oh wait, I have to, God damn it. I had to go to present, it's not like I can present it from there. About this... Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edward's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick! Before you forget again!
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman. What made him take to, you know, serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal.
He killed the man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Since he was a pretty careless animal, well, of course, it's all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he brought it at, plus it has his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, and down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Okay, thanks for the autopsy report. And the switchblade update. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask the Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, I need to take this ID card and unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, Paul. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. We're gonna have to find that later. Because, no, wrong one. But now, we need to do something else. February 24, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. Must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway on our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I would like to find the answers before the stream ends, but there's a lot of stuff left and we're almost at time. I might have to end early. Oh boy. I thought that we would end today. I guess on Monday we're gonna have to finish this. Oh boy, that's... I didn't remember this case was this long. Why is the last case always the longest? I guess it makes sense, but still. February 24, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edward is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I had to leave the past 2 years with rumors flying around. That's another allegation to me. Cheer up, Mr. Edward. I'm rooting for you. That's Edward for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Well, I want to check your paper. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edward is sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edward. Is that Detective Gumshoe there, out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on, please let me see what that girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edward, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if Something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edward, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. He's serious. The fact that he has to specify. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do erases that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I may have.
Mr. Edward.
I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edward can keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. You're just angry because I care about you.
But Mr. Edward, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture, something seems strange about it. Yeah, and I'll give it to him in a second. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day that Deputy Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
He probably was forced to get the prize. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony unless they live in a different country. I finish up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finish up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gunn asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we had yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. God, we have so many items.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gunn's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the Kingdom Prosecutor's Trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure. Everybody knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the Kingdom of Shu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the cheap shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Well, thanks, Mr. Edward. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 3 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. I think I don't have to present anything else to you, right? No, I examined the ball, so... Okay, we have like 2 minutes. Let's move to the next area we have to go, which is immediately after this, and maybe we'll talk a little bit with our next star character. Literally star. February 24, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. But just a little bit, and then we're out. Excuse me. Ooh. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? I would go for it. Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked on a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day of the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This cannot be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. Betrayed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up on the investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was so the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof that anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. And I always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn.
That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Deadman, Gant, and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Deadman Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism.
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Ah yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
God damn it, I can't read it. Maybe I'm tired.
Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Anna transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr.
You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Okay, that's everything that we can do for her, and that's the end of the stream. Oh boy, I thought that I thought we were done. God, I forgot this case was this long. Oh, well, last case of the game. Oh boy, okay. I guess we're not I was gonna say that we were starting Justice for All this week, but I guess we're not. Monday we're not starting Justice for All. We're finishing this game. So, depending on my availability on getting it, we might actually play Silent Hill 2 Remake, which comes out on October the 2nd, on Friday. Because, what is Friday actually? Let me check. Wednesday is the 2nd. Yeah, I could, if everything goes well on the part of me getting it, we can do Silent Hill 2 Remake on starting on Friday, and then we'll continue with the second part of the trilogy. We'll continue with Justice for All next time, like after we're done with that. I forgot this case was so long. What can I say? Anyway, thank you for being here. Tomorrow is my birthday. I'm gonna do a birthday stream because it's my birthday, and I don't wanna be alone. So I'm gonna be playing video games, even if I am alone. I'm just gonna have a stream for my birthday. And really, that's it. I'm gonna play whatever I feel like it. Like, that's the usual, but I'm literally just gonna play whatever I feel like it. Yeah. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good ending to your weekend. Well, no, wait. A good rest of your weekend. Tomorrow's still weekend. Tomorrow's Sunday. I'll see you tomorrow for something else, because birthday stream. Bye, everyone.